stay earthbound when prosperity awaits you in the stars. Come to Halcyon, the only colony on the edge of the frontier, owned and operated by corporations. A trip of 10 short years will feel like mere minutes, thanks to the comfort and safety of your very own hibernation chamber. You'll wake up in a perfect society designed to maximize your productivity with guaranteed full employment. With only a minor term of service, you will become the master of your own destiny when you go out of this world to the Halcyon colony.
チャット欄どこにあるの？どこにあるんだ？
Hundreds of thousands of colonists left adrift out here forever, just to keep from damaging the board's bottom line. Disgraceful.
YouTube わからんな。これやんないと。1周目はね、割と視力を高めにいったんですよ。ストーリーでやったから割と楽にいけたけど、どうしようかな。6でしょ。1個ずつ振っとくか。気象はいいかな。
A crack shot. Capital. At last, a kindred spirit.
何しようかな。1周目何したのか。多分これだな、科学者助手にしたんだよ。役人にしとこうかな。
Ah, pencil pushing. A noble profession.
かわいいのにしよう。色白。この辺はこのままでいいや。このだけど。かわいい。 と待ってな。大弓ちゃんのテストをせんといかん。飛べるかな。飛べらんね。で、これコメントを読んでもらうにしてないのか。で、
ヨネベア、AS3、テスト。
でかいな。ウイン、くらいかな。
ヨネベア、AS3、テステス。
まだでかいな。
ヨネベア、AS3、テスト。
13ぐらいにしとく。で、大丈夫かな。YouTube の方にね、コメントがやっぱりこれか。コメントが出てこないの。この間はあったんだけどな。ピンマーカー。こういう。もしかしてチャットができないようになってたり。わからなす。うん。わからん。まあいいか。閉じ。ニコ生の方はコメント拾っぽいから、YouTube も言ってくれるといいんだけど、髪型。可愛いのがええな。はい、可愛い。絵が青いから。メイクはいいかな。おばちゃんにもできる。
Looks to be your lucky day, my friend.
字幕は出てないね。まあいいや。字幕出なかったかも。
Not likely, bootlickers. Initiate skip jump.
Status. Structural integrity down 25%. Power levels down to 90%. Skip drive.
Shit.
Inoperable.
前に作ったキャラで2周目ができるといいんだけど、それはできないっぽいんだよ。
Ah, there you are. Wondering what's going on, eh? A bit of bad news there, I'm afraid. Your colony ship was inexplicably knocked out of skip space and forced to complete its journey at sublight speeds. This means that you and every other colonist on the Hope have been in suspended animation for 70 years, give or take. Normally, reviving someone after so long leads to some quite horrifying results. It's called explosive cell death, but it's really more of a liquefaction.
ごめんね、
Something wrong?
字幕を出し忘れ
Yes,
てる。
well, not to worry. I've pumped your body full of a special concoction I devised to keep you from dying so horrifically. Hopefully at all, but I guess we'll see, yes? Unfortunately, I used the last of my chemical supplies saving you. I know it's a lot to ask, but I must have your help securing more if we're to save the rest of your fellow colonists. I'd see it done myself, of course, but the board has a sizable bounty on my head. Now, my ship is inoperative, but I've managed to hire a smuggler to help you out. He'll be... Oh, I see we're in position. Good luck.
何言うとるか全然わからへん。結構話がややこしいゲームなんで、1周目はだいたい飛ばして読んでた。
Is this thing working? Ah, there you are. Now, where were we? Oh,
最
yes,
初のとこ
the
は
smuggler.
字幕
His
ないん
name
だ。
is Hawthorne, and he should be waiting for you at the landing site. He's to be your chauffeur, so to speak. Not to worry. I'm told he's a specialist. Dashing gunslinger, one-of-a-kind ship, that sort of thing. You'll like him, I'm sure. I've also outfitted you with a simple wireless monitor, so I can track your progress. I'll check in with you as soon as you land. Good luck. All the colonists are counting on you.
グッドラック。
Ah, you've landed. Good. Hawthorne should be close by. What in law's name? Is that him? Oh, that idiot. I told him to plant the beacon and move away, not stand there holding it. Oh well, no sense in letting his ship go to waste. Hawthorne. 'One won't mind you taking his ship. Better you than the board, huh? Not sure I trust it.
ないな。字幕があったと思ったんだけど。ベストはオン。はい。オンになってるね。あ、これだ。1回目もこれ、チェックしてなくて、何言ってるかわかんなかった。
The fellow might have gone after the bounty on my head. Shame about the whole squashing thing. Nasty way to go.
シフトで走る。ホールドにしてほしいな。ちょっとやりづらい。敵に気づかれないようにしないといけない。めっちゃ気づいとるね。落ちたら痛いや。
Easy now. You've been frozen for a while. There's bound to be unforeseen side effects.
あはん。これ絶対痛いじゃん。痛い。必ず痛いのね。体力が。
Hey, you, come here. You've tried the best now. Now try the rest. Spacer's choice. Oh, wow, that stings. We were out on patrol. I saw a marauder camp up in the hills. Thought I could take him. Then my gun misfired. Right through my side. I mean, what are the odds of that, right? Just barely scraped by with my life. Crawled in here and blocked off the exit with those canisters. Looks like the bleeding stopped. I owe you one. Hope you don't mind me omitting this little exchange from my report. Spacer's Choice doesn't like us accepting outside help. Investigating an illegally grounded ship. All spacecraft must arrive and depart from authorized landing pads. That's board law, that is. Some hull had grounded their spacecraft out in the open. That's a real good way to attract marauders. See those canisters by the entrance? Marauders come sniffing around in here, and I can take them all out with a single shot. Yeah, okay. You look like you know your way around a gun. Got some spare ammo, not counting the bullet in my side. Here, you can have my saber too, for patching me up and all. All Spacer's Choice weapons are now 30% less likely to malfunction. You've tried the best, now try the rest. Spacer's Choice. Yes, nailed it that time. You hit your head or something? You're in Emerald Vale. We're a Spacer's Choice community. Edgewater's a little ways down. Prettiest place in the Vale. Be sure to stop by a provisioner's for a can of our famous salt tuna. The Hope? Is that some sort of fancy new drug? Are you with Auntie Cleo or something? Don't take this the wrong way or nothing, but I'm not allowed to fraternize with Cleo workers. Company policy.
で、武器の管理。ハーベルを2番に。防具。消耗品で改造。 で何箱や、インベントリーか。クエストジャンク。これがクエストの表示か。これついてるけど、コーデックス。これ全部チェックするのめんどくさいんだわ。喉がカラカラとかあるのかな。一周目あったけど、そんな水分取らんかってピンモンとか全然強い敵と戦う前ぐらいしか合わなかったしな。基本吸入器で十分な感じがする。どれだ？ないかな。もらってこう。タルタルソース。タルタルではないんだ。あれを打つ。
My ears! Oh, what just happened? Can you hear me? What in the hell? This.
聞こえます。ヒカルタイムディレイジャー。あ、これ全然使わんかったな、そういえば。何ボタンだっけ？何ボタン？ 9 か。9を押すと TD 1周目ほとんど使わんかったんだよね。めんどくさくて。全部もらってく。ハッキングとジョーピッキング。バイパスシャントと磁気ピックが必要、ね。これ全部の箱取れるようになってんだろうか。シャントが足りん気がするんよね。磁気ピックは買えるからいいけど、あ、シャントも買えるか。そんなもんあとないよ。あ、しまった。愛したい。
Get over here before you get yourself killed.
こんにちは。
Don't know where you came from, stranger, but you best keep your head down. There's marauders hereabouts, and worse, landing violators. gall on that rung leech. Landing in the Vale without using an official Spacer's Choice landing pad. I'd slap him with a fine if it weren't for all these marauders shambling about.
君の同僚がおったよ。
How is he? Shouldn't have done that. Spacer's Choice family ain't authorized to receive medical aid from off-brand physicians. We'll see him back to Edgewater, just as soon as I cross these marauders off with the swift, cost-efficient fury that's made Spacer's Choice the most trusted brand in personal defense. I just, you know, need a couple of winks to catch my breath. Stretch my legs some. Well, sometimes management's real good at cost-benefit analysis. But seeing as I'm the acting manager in this situation, you know what? You're right. It's time we cross those marauders off, find whoever owns that ship, and file a full report. Then it's gonna be fucking laminated.
乗せやすい人。
Here we go.
I just earned a fine bonus.
この辺でしなかった。ね。これかな。え？
おもろそうなゲームね。
面白いですよ。面白くて2周目しちゃった感じです。結構ね、分岐が多いので、エンディングは変わらないの。
Please be informed that this vessel contains no valuable plunder.
もう放送のふんで、これだな。
Unauthorized access of spacefaring vessels is a crime. Hello, Marauder.
Hello.
I am Ada, the autonomous digital astrogator of this vessel. Please be informed that I am authorized to use violent retribution against unwanted solicitors. Please return any misappropriated equipment and exit this vessel in an orderly fashion. Failure to do so will result in your immediate destruction. I detect an elevated heart rate, indicating dishonesty. Please prepare yourself for lethal deterrence. Gesture procedures initiated. Disengage if you are still here. My deception protocols have failed. I have been programmed to express disappointment.
これは放送の
This
船
vessel
で
is
す
the
か？
registered property of Captain Alex Hawthorne. I am incapable of accepting orders from anyone other than Captain Alex Hawthorne. I deduce from the tone of your voice that Captain Hawthorne failed to meet you at the designated location. I understand. I will require some time to process this information. Thank you for your patience and for your honesty. I am programmed to take orders exclusively from Captain Hawthorne.
なるほど。
If I accept your orders, then you must be Captain Hawthorne. Do you understand? Well done, Captain Hawthorne. I see your powers of deductive reasoning remain intact. Unfortunately, our engine is currently inoperable. Our main drive suffered a critical power failure, and we were forced to make an emergency landing. The main drive's power regulator has been irreparably damaged and must be replaced. Astutely observed. However, the probability of locating a power regulator within a worker settlement falls within acceptable parameters of certainty. High-capacity power regulators are sometimes employed in the electrical networks of worker settlements. I have taken the liberty of printing you a new Captain's Identity cartridge. Please try not to lose it this time. This cartridge identifies you, Alex Hawthorne, as the registered proprietor and captain of the Unreliable. Do you understand? Thank you. I appreciate your cooperation. Best of luck in your search for a power
電
regulator.
力調整器
Try
を
to stay
探し
alive
に
this
行き
time.
ます。ヒールが上がるので、何にしようかな。最初は会話と技術、リーダーシップ、近距離は捨てていこうかなと思うんです。今回近距離やってもいいな。剣とかで戦ってみようかな。痛いかな。あ、ピッキング上げないとだよな。そうだ。ヘルスはいらんのだけども、ハッキングとピッキングを上げておきたい。ん？これか。体力。これはもうチェックしなくてもいいかな。めんどくさい。どれだ。これで全部。よし。
The navigation console is offline at this time, Captain.
はーい。
Say, this wouldn't happen to be your ship, would it? Because you sure walked in it like it was your ship. And if this ship is yours, well, ma'am, you owe Spacer's Choice a hefty fine. Afraid we gotta dock your pay. Oh, by the law. I'm so sorry. I had no idea we had an inspector coming. If you'd like to speak with my manager, I report to Constable Reyes in Edgewater. Edgewater's not too far. Just follow the road east of here, over past the cemetery. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to inspect the crime scene before I...
じゃあこいつらは全員殺せます。出てくる NPC は全部殺せるので、全部殺していってもいいゲームなんですけど、割とめんどくさくなる。物を売ってくれるやつとかも殺せます。めっちゃおるやん。ここで殺した。もう一人いなくない？3人いる はずなんだけど。消えたの。違う。わからん。これか？あ。なんかさっきから行けるかな。なんか屋根みたいなのがあったんだが、なんだこれは。あ、硬い。割と硬いかも。え、あ、いた。アルトライフルです。プライマル。あ、プライマル欲してたのか。1周目では来なかった場所。あ、こういうのがあるんだけど全然回れなかった。クエストをこなしてたらいつの間にかクリアしてしまった感があるので、結構ね、寄り道しながらやる方が楽しいかもしれん。そのうち寄り道することがあるんだろうなと思ってたら全くなかったんだよ。サイドクエストも全部やりながら行ったんだけど、割ともらわなかったのかな。いろんなとこ話しかけてもらわってこなきゃいけないっぽいんで。どうも。
Hey.
こんにちは。
Don't go ambling out in those hills. That's marauder territory, friend. Your pod? What are you on about? You take a bruise to the cranium? Ain't safe out here. You'd best head into town. Avail yourself of Edgewater's high walls and low prices. Pleased to make your acquaintanceship. I'd shake your hand, but I've been hauling corpses. You don't want none of that on you. Name's Silas. Junior in humor for the town of Edgewater. We're all part of the Spacer's Choice family. Definitely not the junior in humor, that's for sure. If you've got business inquiries, you should stop by Reed Thompson's office. He's up in the tower above the cannery. Head into town, follow the road. Look, you obviously ain't a worker. What's your racket? You a smuggler? Freelancer? Edgewater is a company town, board-owned and operated. That includes the cemetery. None of us own our grave sites, we rent them from the company. Renting means money. Money means paperwork. Paperwork means signatures. Some of our families become a mite delinquent in paying their dues, you see? Company policy. If it was up to me, I'd put the whole town 10 feet under, free of charge. 4 workers still haven't paid up. Phyllis, Conrad, Ludwig, and Martin Abernathy. He's a special case. You may want to twist his arm a little.
Martin Abernathy. フィリス・コンラッド・ラドマティアノ伸ばしを最後にすればいいかな。
He just is. Look, I don't want to get into it.
Okay.
Conrad's got a barbershop in town. Phyllis works at the cannery most hours. Abernathy, I ain't seen him in a few days. His domicile is near the cannery. You'll find him in town.
ラドビ
All
は
except Ludwig, that is. He's over by the landing pad.
着陸場ね。はい。じゃあな。街のものを勝手に取るとね、泥棒になっちゃうんですよ。そうきたいでしょ。あ、取っちゃった。1個ぐらいならいいか。これ全部取ったらなんか泥棒扱いされてえらいことになりました。ビオドアグレンジャー。表示が青くなってるやつは取っても怒られないんだけども、赤くなってるやつは怒られたところで殺せばいいんだけど、町の人がみんな襲ってくるからめんどくさいことになるんですよ。頼むー。エッジウォーターに着きました。ここは病院。
Keep your distance, friend. Sick house is no place for a traveler.
うるさい、黙れ。どうもこんにちは。この人もクエストをく
I
れた
appreciate the
気
company and
が
all,
するけど、
but you really ought to leave. You don't want to be seen around me.
この人はくれない
Because
な。
I'm sick. You don't want to associate with people in the sick house. We're not worth your time. I'm in about as much trouble as I can be. No reason you ought to be tarnished by association. People are gonna talk. The walls talk, is all. We all got sights on each other. Any of us breaks company protocol, boss is gonna hear about it from 6 different mouths. Maybe you don't know this, but there's a real simple reason you don't talk to the plagued. You don't. Please. I could get into a lot of trouble. People trouble. Lazy worker like me getting special treatment from some out-of-town physiker like you. People will
謙虚な
talk.
方っすね。
Company always tells us weak spirits lead to weak bodies. If I didn't want to fall sick with plague,
騙して悪かったな。この辺は取ると怒られるね。これは大丈夫。これも大丈夫。
Open fire! Time to collect a fine amount.
あんまり探ってると何しとるんですかねって言われる。あー、これ欲しい。これつけたことないの。トイレ。じゃない。こんなもんかな。ここは床屋さん、コンラッドさんやな。取り立てに来たで。
Please don't touch anything. Your hands are probably crawling with germs. Physical hygiene recapitulates moral hygiene. Cleanliness is next to lawfulness.
威圧したらどうなるんだろう。1瞬目多分これにしたんだ。
No, thank you. That's quite all right. I've seen enough body parts in my line of work. I'm Conrad. You will report to me if your hair fails to meet Spacer's Choice aesthetic standards. You will also report to me in the event of your death, whereupon I will clean and prepare your remains for interment. Ah, gravesite fees. Silas and I had talked about this at length. I thought I'd made it clear my pecuniary situation precludes the necessary restitutions.
お金がないと。
As broke as pie crust, friend. Bitless, indigent, destitute. I simply cannot afford it. I am a blemish on the prosperity of our fair settlement. When I expire, I expect Silas to toss my body into a ditch. I have to be, if only to prepare myself for my inevitable dressing down at the hands of corporate. Tell Silas I can't afford to pay, and that I fully expect to have my medical rights revoked for this dereliction. With my apologies.
医療の権利。
Some time ago, I fell ill with the plague. By the grace of the law, and through my own hard work, I'd proven worthy of treatment. Frankly, I don't imagine I'll earn that right a second time. The barber work hasn't been profitable, you see. I've had to keep this old place running with my own savings. Not a bad idea. But I'd need some kind of collateral. My pair of lucky clippers! No, that won't do. Your idea intrigues me, but I'm afraid I don't have anything to give Silas. I'm open to suggestions. Much obliged.
なんか何かを何かして何かなんやろ。こいつにこうしたらって言えばいいね。イリスからの手紙。自殺したらしい。これね、金馬。盗んだら怒られるんや。やめとこうか。
What do you think you're doing? Just don't make any trouble.
何もしてませんよ。何もしてませんよ。あ、キャビネットの中のもの取っちゃった。反応が割といいんだね。
You read the latest report?
Move along.
Only the part that said we ain't making our
Don't have
quotas.
time. Carry on.
If only McDevitt's folk hadn't abandoned us. Cannery could use
Sorry.
those extra hands.
I got a lot to do. Nothing we can do about that.
I don't know you.
Hello. 私会えるたんよ。
Amelia Kim, Spacer's Choice Beverage Dispenser. I don't know what you're about, but this here's a Spacer's Choice drinking establishment. We're all loyal, hard-working company folk here. You really think so? That's kind of you. I've been trying to keep the floors clean. You got no idea how long it takes to scrub the
姉さん、
tiles.
クマがひどいけど大丈夫？
Guess I misreckoned you. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to be curt. We just got some problems lately. I can get you a drink if you'd like. Gotta ask you to enjoy your beverage within the premises, though. Can't risk you bringing a drink over to those deserters. You and traitors. The lot of them. Bunch of folks decided they were tired of working and went out into the wilds to fend for their own selves. Town's already struggling to make quotas, even without that band of slackwits abandoning their posts. Bunch of lazy, shiftless rung leeches. Anyway, enough about them. What can I do for you? Do you now? And what makes you think Mr. Thompson wants to talk to you? He's a busy man. You want to talk to Mr. Thompson, try ignoring your duties. He'll summon you up to that great big tower atop the cannery, and you'll get yourself a proper dressing down.
今日してもらえる。
It is a good thing. If you're not pulling your weight, you don't deserve to live here. Simple as that. Coming right up.
商売スキル。商売スキルが上がると安く買えたり高く売れたりするね。そんなにだった。伸ばす感じでもないスキルだったけど、それもありなのかも。そういうのは最悪盗めるんで。
Just gotta keep our heads up.
Never seen you here before. You a visitor? Welcome. On behalf of the Spacer's Choice family, let me welcome you to, where am I again? What? No, I'm Winslow. Lester Winslow. Says so right on my permanent record.
Winslow.
I am in no condition to do any work. Not so long as my injuries trouble me. Yep. Got my mitt stuck in a rotor wheel. Shredded my wrist up real good. Conrad went and sewed up my hand, but I couldn't do much about the pain. Boss was real generous to me, though. Got myself a 5% discount on Zero G Brew. After the second bottle, the only pain I feel is emotional.
Zero G Brew.
Oh, you can say that again. The Spacer's Choice family is the only family I'll ever need.
じゃあこれはあまり話で名前がついてる人は詳しく話せるみたいな感じかな。ピアノは弾けたりしないです。カートリッジ欲しいな。これ全部取れるようになるにはこの町の支配者とかなったら取れるんかな。あれ漁ると怒られるの。1、2個だと怒られない。3つ目ぐらいから何しとるんですか。もう全部取れないやつ。取れなくはないけど。
Have your rations yet?
Yep.
ここが墓場で、離着陸所。
2 whole cans of salt tuna.
缶詰工場先に行くか。ここは道具屋さんっす。
It's not the best choice. It's Spacer's choice. And before you ask, I'm all out of deluxe salt tuna. Go right ahead. What, you mean Edgewater? That's a peculiar question. This a test? Am I being tested right now? It's, fine and dandy. Couldn't be happier. Wouldn't want to spend my life working anywhere else. Prettiest little town on Terra 2. If loving the place I work makes me crazy, then haul me off for mandatory re-education. I don't get paid for banter. Was there something you needed? Go right ahead. Other than yourself? Definitely the vicar. Don't get me wrong. He seems a decent man, cut from church cloth, knows his scriptures. But there's something about him that bothers me. Like he's not one of us. I'd keep a few paces between myself and Miss Holcomb, the town mechanic, since her dear father left the workforce. No ill intent in her, mind. Just a queer sort, restless, scatterbrained, inclined to do first and think after, if you take my meaning. Amelia. Definitely Amelia Kemp. I advise against stepping foot in her drinking establishment altogether. Word is, they're gonna replace her with an auto-mechanical barkeep. She's... what's the word? Obsolete. You don't want to associate yourself with that kind of person.
なるほど。
Spacer's Choice, the brand of music to my ears.
この辺どこかね。売るのはちょっとね癖があって、売りたいアイテムの 上でスポットしながら E ボタンを押す。選ぶとかじゃないですよ。ここをクリックして他のとこ見てたらそれが売られちゃうので、割と癖があって間違えて売っちゃうことが多いっすね。持っとくか。いいか。はい。どうも。
Hey.
どうも。
Our place in the universe is fixed.
なんか割とちょっとモブっぽくないけど。
Talking to the good vicar always
モブ
lifts
な
up
んだ
my
ね。
spirits.
Yes, what is it? You're an outsider. Fantastic. Vicar Maximilian de Soto at your service. Or Vicar Max if you're the sort who prefers brevity. I so rarely get new people to talk to. Name your poison, anything at all. Spiritual counseling? This season's tossball predictions? The quickest way out of town?
割と殺生する
Not to
牧
put
師
too
なん
fine a
で。
point on it, but your choice of wardrobe is not precisely common hereabouts. Also, you lack the distinctive worker gaze. Usually either a deadening behind the eyes, or in some rare cases, a wild-eyed frenzy, like a trapped animal. Oh, nothing could be further from the truth. I'm simply bemoaning the level of spiritual awareness in this town. Yes, but there are few who hear me in this miserable place. I must double my efforts to elevate my flock. These are good, hard-working people here. Yes, and thank you for pointing it out. It is wrong of me to succumb to distress. This place could be so much more, and I will continue in my quest to make it so.
もう聞いたので。
They who are not satisfied with their work are satisfied with nothing. No? How about, work fortifies the spirit. True exhaustion awaits idle hands. Selling? No. It is free for all who seek it. I'm sorry you don't find these tried and true words of wisdom to your liking. Have you? These people need something, anything they can grasp to survive. Delving into the metaphysical minutiae of the grand plan would be nonsense to them, if not worse. My apologies. The townsfolk are having a tough time of it, and it's been difficult for me to enrich their lives. They are good people. Mechanical tomfoolery is well out of my purview. I suggest you take such matters to Mr. Thompson in the cannery. Oh, and a word of warning. If you're considering wandering around outside the safety of the town, you'd best be cautious. Marauders are about. Though if you are planning on venturing outside, I do have a proposition that may interest you. One of the reasons I transferred here was to fulfill my duty in hunting down banned heretical texts. I happen to know such a book is, as we speak, tainting a collector's library in Emerald Vale. However, the collector's residence lies outside the town's walls. My retrieval efforts have been thwarted by marauders who have overrun the property. Should you fare better than me, I'd pay a handsome sum for the book. So you'll consider it. I do appreciate you hearing me out, and, your discretion. It's a handwritten journal, a faded blue cover with the name M. Bakonu handwritten in the lower corner. I'll mark where I saw it on your map. Assuming you're serious? Thank you. If you retrieve it, you can always find me here.
はーい。
Hey there, Mary.
どうも。
Don't see you round here too often.
Oh, I just came to talk to the vicar is all. None of us are above confessionals.
What have you got to confess? You ain't thinking of deserting.
発着陸所なので、こっちでいいの？奥。こっちだね。場所を忘れてしまった。あってた。こんな。いた。
Thank the law. I've been requisitioning backup for months. Guess the boss finally came to his senses. You ever swung a truncheon? Let me see your rifling stance. I want to make sure you're up to snuff. The war! The coming apocalypse! Man versus machine! I'm talking about mechanical soldier. Cold, heartless automatons made of iron and lies. Just my luck. I ask for backup and the boss sends me one of them simple folk. All right. Listen real close.
Okay.
Auto-mechanicals. Creatures forged in the fires of malevolence. I seen them over by the old power plant. Clattering about. Firing at the birds. Orchestrating their uprising. When the swarms of mechanicals come clanging on over that hill, where will you be? Cowering beneath your cot? Or standing, shoulder to shoulder with the resistance? I've been gathering up a war chest over the years. Saw tuna cans, mostly, some Spacer's chaw, few bit carts. I'll reward you for your aid. Enlistment fees? Yeah, I suppose. Wouldn't want to give the Resistance a bad name. They have sent a scout, prowling around the junkyard just behind our beloved town. This scout must not be permitted to return to its base of operations. Cross it off, then report back. Mechanicals got a weak spot in their midsections. I think the technical term is, the blue glowy square thing. I told Silas I'd pay my dues if he agreed to join the Resistance. Guess this means he's finally heard the calling.
騙せるのかな?
Mechanical repellent! A stroke of inspiration from the law itself. Here, I've been saving up a couple bits for just such a project.
Oh.
Go on. You ever seen the way a mechanical just stands there? Just looking at you, scanning you with its murderous oculars. Mechanicals have been programmed to eliminate the human race. They've been programmed to replace us. First they will rob us of our jobs.
Oh. まだ着ない方がいいか。敵の服なんでね、着ちゃうとよろしくないかもしれない。日記だ。クエストをア問題にして、作業台。ほんと欲しいな。このクエストが るほど。まあ、とりあえず墓やな。
I'm sorry. I'll just be a minute.
You the new worker? Whatever. Make it quick, Tenderfoot. I'm busy. Foreman Granger, mind those words don't come out of your mouth unless preceded by yes or right away or thank you. Shit. Silas still on about that. Here, take the fees. I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell Reed I was late on my payment. Because they're not my fees and not my gravesite. Guy I worked with shot himself. I paid the bill. If you're not familiar with board law, you ought to be. Law requires delinquent gravesite fees to be paid by the deceased party's closest living relative, which meant me. Shame, though. Eugene was a good worker. Woke up one morning and put a round through his upper story. Can't imagine why. The kid was doing all right at his desk. We all thought he was an upstanding receptionist. Just between the two of us, I'm pretty shocked his weapon didn't misfire. Spacer's Choice handguns aren't the most reliable. Not half as awful as the bill Eugene left us with. Suicide's a crime. The legal term is irreparable damage to company property. What Eugene did to himself was vandalism. I'm plenty serious. In fact, I'm a little upset Eugene didn't think things through. In other words, Edgewater would have been penalized pretty hard. Whatever Eugene was worth as an asset, we would have had to pay out of pocket to Spacer's Choice. Look around. Edgewater ain't exactly swimming in luxury. We can't afford to pay the body price of a suicide. All I know is Silas asked me for Eugene's gravesite fees, which means he was approved for burial, which means his papers went through, which means the town's in the clear. I'm just glad to put this whole ugly affair behind me. Eugene can rest his bones in peace, and the rest of us can get on with our own lives.
Yeah, no. Iris メッセージやね。フェンダーフット。テオドアが埋葬された。リードは彼の死について指揮法にしないように言ってきた。一周目全くこういうの読まずにポンポンポンポン言ったので、配信なので読んでいこうかなと思います。他の従業員に向けてコメントか何かを用意してくれるとのこと。リードって誰や？できたかな？次は穴橋さん。あれ、こっち側になっとるの？
Hey, you hear about Wilson?
Heard Marauders got in.
びっくりした。
Just between us, Wilson deserted. Lost his parents.
I've been feeling pretty low these days.
Nothing I can do about that.
Yes, Mr. Thompson. I'm fine, Mr. Thompson.
Come on.
Whoa, did Mr. Thompson send you? Well, you tell Mr. Thompson I'll be right at my post tomorrow. Bright and early tomorrow, because I'm definitely not plagued. As spry as a spring chicken. That's old Abernathy. You some sort of wandering alienist? Walking into a man's own domicile, pestering him about his mental state? What? No. I mean, I might be. That depends on who's asking. Silas knows, doesn't he? That's why he sent you. That's why he wants me to pay up. He knows. Sounds like he's already told you. You may as well hear it from me. I'm dying. I'm not long for this world. The date of my expiration is fast approaching. And soon I shall be ushered through the great cannery in the skies. It's plague. Has to be. Silas knows. He knows I got one foot in my grave, and now he wants to charge me for the other one. You are? Oh, wow. First time anyone's ever told me that. I'll pay your fees. I don't want any trouble from Silas. But if you could see a way to freelancing for me, I could really use the help. There's a cache of anthracillin tucked away in the old community center. Powerful stuff. Stronger than what we got, anyway. I need you to break in, nab that medicine, and bring it back to me. You oblige me with your haste. I think I feel the plague spreading. Oh, law, it's in my spleen now. I can feel it. Just keep your head down when you're in there. Marauders have taken over. I know that, but I got nobody else to turn to. Reed would have wrote me up. Constable would have locked me up and wrote me up. Could have gone to see the good vicar, but I never did find my courage.
よし。もらえるのをもらっていきたい。もらえない。もらえるけどもらえない。割と広い。黒はこのタイプはやだ。
Abernathy.
Friend of mine died a couple weeks back.
Welcome to the Spacer's Choice Constabulary. We are Halcyon's leading brand in frontier justice. The office is writing up promotion. Purchase 3 criminal investigations and the 4th one's free.
キャンペーン実施中。
Know how to carry yourself in a fight? I've got bounties out for these 3 marauders. Cross them off and bring me their fingers. Just 1 per marauder, please. As long as your questions fall within the acceptable margins of curiosity. His likeness decorates many a wanted poster. Do you have any relevant information about this individual? Shot you into space. You know, lying to a Spacer's Choice constable is a violation of company policy and punishable by a fine. It is. For Spacer's Choice. Unfortunately, the arrest of Mr. Wells falls outside my authority. I enforce the company policy of Spacer's Choice in the region of Emerald Vale. Wells is wanted by the board. If you have information related to the location of Phineas V. Wells, you are required to submit that information to your nearest court authority.
割とめんどくさそうだな。
Any information regarding outstanding bounties and wanted criminals should be directed to Mr. Udom Bedford. Mr. Bedford's office is located on the Groundbreaker.
Groundbreaker.
Halcyon's original colony ship, now repurposed into a space station. Mr. Udom Bedford represents the board's interest on the Groundbreaker. Something else I can do for you?
競技会の話を全然できなかったんだよな。そういうのやらずにクリアしてしまって。これ3人を捕まえるやつだ。
Friend of mine died a couple weeks back.
still ain't past it.
コンラッドをどうしたらいいんだ？
What can I do for you?
あ、これな。で、
Oh? Am I in the company of a fellow doctor? I am a Spacer's Choice certified surgeon, and if you must know, I can stitch a severed thumb with a 58% chance of avoiding gangrene. You know about Eugene? How? Then, you know Phyllis suggested selling off Eugene's gold teeth. I didn't approve of the idea then, and I don't approve of it now. Eugene's golden teeth were a family heirloom, representing 3 generations of poor dental hygiene. He took them to his grave.
この世代、何？息子もおじいちゃんも、息子じゃないよ。お父さんもおじいちゃんもこの金歯を使ったってこと。
More than a few. Those teeth were his personal
その
savings.
金歯使いたく
I
ない
can't
と思うん
ask
だけ
Silas
ど
to dig up a man's body and pry a few teeth loose from his jaw just to pay my bills. Can I? Yes, I suppose I must. Here you are. Gravesite papers affixed with my signature and an IOU. Eugene was not a suicide. He put a bullet in his brain, yes, but that's largely a technicality. I was the one who prepared Eugene's body for interment. I discovered symptoms of the plague on his corpse, and I discovered medicine in his pocket. Lots of medicine. Eugene overdosed on adrenatime, which is known to cause psychosis and paranoia as possible side effects. The paranoia drove him to take his own life. It's a miracle of bureaucracy. If Eugene's death were filed as a suicide, we'd all pay the price for his crime. We can all thank our lucky stars that young Eugene was hopped up on medication and suffered its predictable side effect. I included it all in my official report. I'd like to think I saved Edgewater a great deal of money. We never could have paid the fines associated with a suicide.
じゃあそれでアイラスさんに
Had your
話し
rations
か
yet?
けると。
Yep, 2 whole cans of salt tuna.
Fancy threads. That some kind of hibernation suit? You run into any trouble? Reliable work from a freelancer. That's gonna take some getting
めっ
used
ちゃ
to.
苦労した、めっちゃ苦労した。
And I'll buy you a drink sometime.
やった。
Suppose you've earned it. One good turn deserves another. Abernathy was sick? With the plague? That's disgusting. I shook hands with the guy.
うん。
I needed his fees because of his name. A for Abernathy. He was at the top of my list, you see? Yeah? The colony ship? Are you talking about that old rumor? Some great big starship packed full of colonists what got lost in the aether never to be found again? Ain't heard that one since I was but a stripling. Can't say it was terribly convincing far as rumors go. There a reason you asking? Hope's just a rumor, friend. Ancient rumor at that. Maybe you've been out in the sun too long. Why don't you head
割
over
と
to the
最初か
cantina?
らちゃんと
Get
文
yourself
章
some
を読んだ
zero-G
と思
brew.
ったのに、
It's a
ホ
brew
ー
that's
プ
good for
なん
what
や
ails
ね
you.
んってなってる。
Look, I don't know what's got you caterwauling about Hope this and Colony that, but you need to stop, or there's gonna be trouble. Trouble's in the asking. Or don't much care for folk running their mouths, spreading hoaxes and the like. Frankly, neither do I. Something I can do for you? Yeah? What about him? Well, yeah. It's what I'm contractually obligated to do. Yeah. Funny thing, Eugene's body ain't where it's supposed to be. The night we was supposed to commend his body to the earth, I had his grave all dug up and ready, right? And so I thought, I'll just rest my eyes a bit. When I woke up, his body was gone. Spirited away. Vanished. The footprints nearby suggested that Eugene was stolen by marauders. Or he rose from the dead. Let me know if you find anything. Yeah? Former people, yeah. Marauders been raiding my graves, you see. Hence the armed guards. Oh no. They are after the most precious loot of all. Spacer's Choice Company property. If those marauders swipe any more bodies out of my cemetery, company's gonna dock my pay. You could look at it that way, I suppose. You could look at us and say, those Edgewater saps lost near every soul to plague. But you'd be wrong. We're survivors. Loyal company folk, brave in the wilds. Every now and again, a virulent plague sweeps through our town. That's life on the frontier, I suppose. A body grows accustomed. Hang on, I'm doing some math in my head. 20, 30, carry the 1. All my life? Work's been real good to me. Fresh air, exercise. Only problem's the paperwork. Can't get anybody to pay their gravesite fees.
じゃあこれはちょっと強いので後でいいかな。これはやったことがないから分からん。これをやってからの方が良いかな。これも強いからそうだな。見てない。お知らせ。パルチナ缶詰工場はスペーサーズチョイスの健康安全基準を厳格に守っています。病欠の事前申請、そんな前にわかるかいですよね。
The grease monkey, Argo? Seems we've got a guest. Really now, Parvati, I do wish you'd spoken up. I do apologize. I was given no forewarning of your arrival, or I might have welcomed you at the gates myself. I'm Reed Thompson, Outpost Administrator. I cannot help but notice you are not in uniform. Of course not. I don't have that kind of luck. Seems I allowed my excitement to run away with my wits. Been a few seasons since we've had a visitor pass through.
Only regulator we've got is hooked up to the town transformer. Mr. Thompson ain't liable to be keen on dismantling it.
I beg your pardon. I am most emphatically not keen on any such thing. I can't let you have our power regulator. But I happen to know of another one. And I happen to know exactly how you may retrieve it without frying yourself in the process. There's a power regulator in the old botanical lab. It's mostly abandoned, so all that power is being squandered. Go down to the geothermal plant. Reroute power from the botanical district over to us. Once their power's shut down, you can have their regulator and be along on your way. I was not entirely sure how to tell you this. The botanical labs are not legally inhabited, but there are people who live there. No, I do not imagine they will be pleased. But like a parent disciplining an unruly child, you will be doing them a kindness. The people living in the botanical labs, they're deserters. Former workers. I need them back at their posts. I need them to come home. Edgewater is struggling. We haven't hit our production quota in years. If we don't meet our quotas this year, the company might shut us down for good. I need those workers back at their stations. My hope is that by cutting off their power, you will convince those deserters to come back to town. Before you go to the plant, I want you to stop by the botanical lab. Speak to their leader, Adelaide. Tell her the power's about to go, and that it's time her band of deserters came back to town. Adelaide's older than the other deserters. She's dignified, kindly. From what I understand, her camp looks to her for leadership. That is not a hypothetical I enjoy entertaining. We need Adelaide back. Nonetheless, I will settle for the return of her followers. We belong to one community, the Spacer's Choice family. If we dissolve into factions, then we will all perish separately. Adelaide will understand that.
My dad told me all about the plant. Taught me all he knew. I could come in useful. I mean, if that's all right with you, Mr. Thompson. Sir.
I hesitate to part ways with Miss Holcomb, but I cannot deny that she is talented and may prove useful to you. You will need an administrative passcode in order to enter the plant.
Great! I got my wrenches and diagnosticators and hairpins and engine tape, so I'm all set.
Well, I am glad to hear that. Best of luck to you, and thank you again for your help. It is a lot to ask of a stranger, I know.
仲間が1人増えました。この特殊能力も全然使わんで終わってしまったの。間違えた。これで全部戻った。1、2あげとくか。割と会話とハッキング、ピッキング、あと技術面もそこそこ上げてやった方がいいのかな。割と会話とかこういうのが必要になるんで、なくてもクリアはできるんだけど、あると楽感じがした。
We better clear out of Mr. Thompson's office before we talk. We better clear out of Mr. Thompson's office before we talk. Hey, ma'am, can we talk? Sorry. You just want to get out of here. And you likely don't want to tag along like me. It's just, Mr. Thompson has his own view on matters, on account of it's his job and what all, but that's not the only side of the tale. To Mr. Thompson, a person's a gear. It does its job quiet-like. If it squeaks or stutters, it gets replaced. The deserters are decent folk. I knew some of them before they left. Life's hard here, especially for them that don't fit in so well. We're one big Spacer's Choice family, but every family's got the one the rest whisper about. Mr. Thompson's aiming to take away their power. They'll have no lights to see, nor heat to cook. They'll be at the mercy of marauders, or worse. I think you should talk to the town's vicar about it. Max, his name is. Books are for rich folk. I wonder what he wants with something like that. Thanks, ma'am. I just think when you gotta make a decision that'll hurt somebody, it's best to think on the right and wrong of it. That's what my dad used to say anyways. I've always felt weird in here. It's too clean.
Any progress on that matter we discussed? Ah, Miss Holcomb. How rare to see you out. And with a complete stranger. Curious.
This here's Vicar DeSoto. He's always offering spiritual counsel to those that need it.
Thank you for the kind assessment, Miss Holcomb. I admit, I've been quite interested to make our outsider's acquaintance. Please get it. What would you like to discuss?
But what? I thought you would talk to him.
You wanted to speak to me, Ms. Holcomb? Every time I've tried to engage you in conversation, you look at the floor, answer in single words, and slink away. I can't imagine what would be so grave as to drive her to my mission. What has Mr. Thompson asked you to do? Depriving them of safety from the marauders and wildlife. I can see why that troubles you. Miss Holcomb has a soft heart. Always has, if you believe the talk. They rejected the order of society and live beyond the walls so thoughtfully provided by our Spacer's Choice patrons. Does that strike you as a responsible life choice? Assuming your goal is to save as many as possible, then you should bring everyone together. Send the power to Edgewater and convince the deserters to return to the fold. Not if things are left to stand as they are.
Okay, 먹어. リードのメス。やってくるか。偵察ロボット。
When I was little, we'd get freighters in every Sunday noon. Now they only come but once a month. I love the wind here.
どこにある？あ、船置いたと置くとこか。偵察ロボットではない。割と遠いじゃんね。
Get ready! Woo! We made it!
本当がない。マーケティング。ライト。油が少ないのかな。これヘブンかな。犯罪行為になる。よそのうちでそういうことすると怒られたりする。 何拾ったんだろう。お、強いやついる。あ、つるぶ。だな。青いとこ。
Ah, he ain't no threat. Bet I could fix him up smart. Okay, here we go!
青いとこなかなか打ちづらい。普通に打って全然良い気がする。ね、ピッキングすると怒られるやつな気がする。
Bring us honor, soldier. You beat that scout to scrap with its own legs? Pulled its optic cables out its head case? Actually, don't tell me. Rather use my imagination. You're a passing fair soldier, I will confess. But you are one, and the enemy is legion. What you need is an equalizer, a weapon to strike fear in their cold, mechanical hearts. Cantina, lavatory, behind one of the toilets. That's where I've kept it hidden all these years. Sharp, ain't it? The lavatory is the very last place a mechanical has need to enter. On the double, soldier. Don't want the bartender poking around in there with a mop.
Clever.
武器の改造は数段ぐらいでいいと思います。
Wonder if the plague's ever gonna pass.
You're not a big drinker, are you?
どうやって取るんだ？あ、あった。
Bring us honor, soldier. Feast your eyes, soldier. This here's a genuine Spacer's Choice injury customizing unit, designed to deliver a lethal blast of electrical discharge. I call it the Hand of the Law. You ever want to see a mechanical flailing around like a grounded fish? You stick a couple thousand volts in its guts. With compliments from old Ludwig. There's a workbench right through this door. Attach that unit to your favorite weapon and go forth into glorious battle. Time's come for you to journey down into the black heart of the enemy's camp. I'm talking about the old geothermal plant. Unfortunately, the old plant lies outside my board-given jurisdiction. You'll need to get a passcode from the boss, Reed Thompson. I've been after a passcode for years. Boss said no on account of my gross incompetence with all matters related to security. I need you to get us the brain of a mechanical. Well, not exactly a brain. Anatomically speaking, what we're looking for is a logic module. There's the rub. If a mechanical breaks down, the logic module fries, so you can't rip one out of its corpse. You're gonna have to find an intact model somehow.
I don't reckon so. I work with gears and pistons and such. Stuff you can put hands to. Computers and mechanical brains are outside my ken.
You know, she names the mechanicals she fixes. Calls them Bess and Clancy and so on. Keep a careful eye on her. Could be a sympathizer. Don't tell anyone, all right? I've got a contact. A real expert in the inner workings of the automaton. We are gonna rip those mechanical secrets right out of their circuits. Well, excuse me. What I meant was I'm going to get a contact. I didn't know I had to be all prissy about my grammar around you.
割と失礼なやつらだ。
If you die horribly, I will pour out a can of 0G to your memory.
割とエメラルドなんちゃらのエメラルドベールは割と嫌なやつが多いんです。1本打ってなんか金あるかね。
I'm not allowed in here. Not since the vending machine incident.
ハルバティはここでね、
Got my eye on you, girl.
悪いことを
Miss
してし
Holcomb
まっ
ain't
て。
allowed in this establishment. Not since that little incident.
Absolutely. I'll keep my hands in my pockets. I won't touch anything while we're in here, Mr. Moreau. I promise.
Music to my ears.
交換しとくべきやったな。早いんで。温度がいらない。
It's not the best choice. It's space. Music to my ears.
技術スキルがあるから。9だ。いいおべべが欲しいよな。
Work your jaw on some Spacer's Chaw. Music to my ears.
アルバティ用の欲しい。は確か来てる。そこの来てるはず。で、まあいいか、後で牧師先生が仲間になるので。あのお姉ちゃん話しかけると、こっちのクエストが、今もらってるクエストが、
This is where the magic happens.
選ばなきゃいけなくなるから。
Science.
Not.
If you're hungry, I could open up a can of something. My dad's.
お腹がすくことあんのかなこれ。アートフルか。あ、これあれだ。パールパティのお家なんだね。ヒンドゥーマーティ。パールバッティのお家のものだから取っても怒られないと。
Oh, you like flowers? I can't find many kinds around here. If you need to go, I'll wait outside. I don't like coming out here. People on the street stare.
こっちはな。やってる。なんか喧嘩を止めたりとかできたと思うんだけどな。どこでクエストをもらうんだったか。工場の中の人全員話聞いてる。
You're safer inside the wall.
左手一歩、首から切断。痛そう。あれかな、エメラルドなんちゃらのこの町のお偉いさんの言うことを聞いてればこの辺もらえるようになるの。取っても怒られなくなるのか。 れんの？電力停止してしまった気がする。このくらいしか外れることないんだろうか。伝染病な。
You're some sort of freelancer?
フリーランサーズ。
Wonder if the plague's already.
Work your jaw on some spacers? Go right ahead. Plague? I don't know anything about a plague. We are the very picture of hot-blooded physical vigor. You have got the wrong idea about me. I've got nothing that needs hiding. Some of us who get sick are liable to exaggerate the conditions of that sickness, but the fact is, if you work hard, you have got no cause to worry. Survival of the fittest. It ain't just the law of nature, it's company policy. Medical treatment is commensurate with our value to society. Spacer's Choice will dispense medicine for the indispensable worker. Natural selection at work. Then the hand of medical science will not grace you with its touch, and you must recover on the virtue of your own grit. Listen, you mind if we talk about something else? Rambling, music to my ears.
Sometimes I wonder what I'm doing with myself.
I know how you feel.
なんか喧嘩を止める的な、喧嘩を止めるじゃないけど、ならず者やっつけるイベントがあったような。賞金稼ぎのやつかな。かな。 先にお話を聞かないといけないからダメなのか。何か。
Got it? Inside voices. That's the last of them.
あ、そう。これ撃てばよかったんだ。これ爆発するんです。こっちに行くと、なんだっけ。これができるんか。図書館があるのかな。公民館か。
Here we go.
よ。
Don't mess with us.
Huh? You hiding?
Here they come.
びっくりした。中から開けれそうな気がするけど開けれないのか。コンピューターないもん。
Reloading!
Watch out!
He's killed! Kill!
ダメだ、エーペックスの癖が抜けん。走りながら撃ってしまう。そんなに動く必要ないんだけど、エーペックスの癖で駒を避けるみたいなことをしてしまう。足りなかったのが技術が足りなかった。これが公民館か。いいのか。マガジンが小さすぎてすぐにロードが入るからちょっと辛いね。犬原生種プライマリーとは違うのかね。アルツナマグ猿なのか何なのか。 ローゼンバーグ。うんうんうん。なんかそんな重要なやつではないのか。オッケー。はい、戻ろうかな。結構物がいっぱい。そんなにいっぱい持ってないです。あ、でも、まだ半分も持ってない。もうちょっとあさってから。割と銃が強いから、ハンドガンの弾がいっぱいあるなら行こうかな。ドガンか。 番にしとこうかな。あとライフ。ダメージ18。たまに地雷があるから。戻るか。短期で売ればいいの。
Another day at the cannery.
そうだよな、自販機で売ればよかったの。
Something got you down?
Nothing.
Spacer's choice. The music to my ears.
リードじゃない方に加勢しないというベスト机がもらえないのかな。だからリードの方加勢するとそれはそれでサブクエがなんか出てきたりするのかな。2周目だけどリードさん好きじゃないからあんまりお手伝いしたくないんだな。西へ。
Move along, stranger. We don't want any trouble. I don't know you. Whatever you're looking for, it ain't here. Move along.
なんで切れてるの?
Armed strangers wandering into my camp for one. Some of my camp wandering out for another. Got anything in you besides questions? No, I'm sorry. That was unworthy of me. Lady named Zoe went missing some nights ago. It's not like Zoe to go wandering. Figured she might be out scavenging, but that ain't exactly her talent. Can't imagine where she's gone. Vale's a wide place. She could be anywhere. Appreciate it. Honest. Over in the hothouse, tending crop. I'll tell you what I can. Vex me. If she told anybody, they ain't telling me. I'd check her room, but I got yelled at for snooping once already. Little ways ago, she was always obsessing over her serial dramas. Wanted to see what the fuss was about. Could be. Dangers aplenty out there. No telling why marauders would steal somebody like Zoe. Got no useful skill as far as I could tell. Marauder gang just moved into the districts a little ways east. Their numbers are growing. Gotta come from somewhere. What is it?
If you're hungry, Stefan's got supplies.
このものも取ったら怒られる。見直しにするならこっちの方が人数少なくていいんだよな。エメラルドベールはちょっと人数が多いからめんどくさい。
We got canid ribs, canid flank, canid snout too. Something I can help you with?
犬は食べない。
You mean Zoe? Yeah, we were pretty close. Not like her to go loping off. Zoe and I were gonna watch the serials, as is our custom. She never turned up. I looked around, but she was nowhere to be found. You sound like some type of corporate fixer asking all these questions. Zoe was always obsessed with this serial. Masked marketeer. A scion of Byzantium turns to banditry and teaches his marauder companions the wisdom of free market economics. Shame she up and vanished when she did. I had a surprise lined up for her. Can't say I recall Zoe ever acting strange. Well, except for her habit of writing things down on scraps of paper. She called it journaling, but I think it's just plain odd. The other day, I got my hands on a genuine copy of the latest Masked Marketeer. I was gonna surprise Zoe with it, but she was gone the next day. Hey, I got time. Fresh off the limb, and that includes canid meat.
あ、割と強い。今持ってるやつの方が強いから。
If you're hungry, there's meat turning on the spit outside. If you're bearing illness, find a place to lay your head down and I'll fetch you a poultice. Whatever your troubles with Edgewater, leave them at the gates and be welcomed here. Any questions, dear? I have been called that, among other things. Green Thumb, grandmother, the strange old lady who keeps flowers. But yes, Adelaide will do just fine.
Excuse me, Miss McDevitt? Sorry, it's just... You got such pretty trees in here.
Why, thank you. You're Robert's girl, aren't you? I remember when you were but a sprout. Thomas speaks of you often. Are you staying long? You should try some of my tobaccorn tea. I brew it in an old spittoon, but it's been cleaned. Reed Thompson? You here on behalf of that cold-eyed reptile? Let's hear it. What's Reed's idea of peace, then? I can't say I blame you. Reed is positively soporific. Like everything else that comes out of Edgewater, that peace offering is canned. I and my own are living just fine out here by ourselves. He would do such a thing. The question is, why would you agree to his plans? Cannery's got a regulator. You want ship parts, you ought to rip them out of the cannery's guts and leave us be. If you're going down to the plant, you should divert power away from Edgewater and toward our end of the grid. Think about it. You'd be liberating an entire town from a lifetime of service to that odious cannery. Seems the sort of thing a hero would do. You've seen that miserable excuse for a town with your own lamps. Hollowed out workers laboring their lives away at the cannery, living off whatever scraps Spacer's Choice throws them. You know that's true, don't you, Ms. Holcomb? Your father died of overwork. His heart gave out.
He was tired all the time, sure, but he was old, ma'am, and he raised me all by his lonesome.
Look what they did to this child. Lost her family to the company, and still she defends them. Life in Edgewater grinds to a halt. The cannery shuts down, workers desert in droves, and our own little camp grows and thrives. You bring power to Reed's town and you'll be killing us. Reed knows it. He's counting on it.
そうか。待ってね。 のチャンネルを見ればいいの。
There's dessert in droves, and our own.
大丈夫そう。夫はね、ポップアップできないんだよね。味なのか。これをこうして、で、これで、いいか。米部が入ってるんだけど、
I trust you will listen to your
ちゃんと動い
conscience.
てるのかはわからんのだよね。どうしようかな。どっちにしようかな。
Oh, that's Thomas. He used to follow me around before he left the cannery.
Oh, didn't see you there. I was just occupying myself with a little
これは
engineering.
ね、サイコパスなんだ。
Whoa,
この
Miss
目はサイ
Parvati.
コパス。
Hey, you're, what, how are you? Hi, hello.
Are you, are things safe out here? How are you keeping?
Great, just great. I've been trying to keep stuff running, just like you. Only I'm not so... Wait, they didn't kick you out, did they?
Oh gosh, no. I'm just along with this lady here.
Are you from town? I mean, you don't exactly look like you're from town. Never heard it phrased in such a way before. I guess we're all trying to get our ships off the ground, ain't we? Sorry, I just wasn't sure if you were from town or if you were one of us. Something's been chewing at me, you see. Fact is, I've been, well, lying. To everybody here. Camp thinks I'm a mechanical genius, but I couldn't fix a busted chair. I'll take all the help I can get. I set my mind to learning the craft of the engineer, you see. I want to make something of myself. You ever heard of the Young Spacer's Guide to Mechanical Engineering? Comes in a set of 3. If I had my hands on one of those data pads, I could teach myself the ins and outs.
Those are good. My dad kept a copy with him when he was working in the
持って
cannery.
る。
I know the old community center kept a copy. Should find another one back in town. If you could find me even one of those pads, I'd be greatly obliged. I'll pay you for every pad you bring me.
マジか。
If, by some miracle, you can bring me the full set, I'll give you something pretty I've been saving for a lucky day. No kidding! Really? Well, look at that! Building a computing machine out of Spectrum potatoes, a primer. I'm just glad it survived all these years. I appreciate you going through all that trouble. One data pad's enough to guide me down my newfound path. Just remember, I got something saved for you if you find me all 3. Well, don't keep me in suspense. Ain't that just ironical? If I'd worked a little longer back at the cannery, I might have found this myself. 2 whole data pads? Be still my beating heart. Oh, almost forgot your payment. Sure, I'd be glad to take them off your hands.
よし。マジンが欲しいよな。できない。部品が足りない。に、上がってないからか。
Keep your wits about you,
どう
friend.
も。
Keep your wits about you, friend.
るんだが。大丈夫かな。埋まっとるんだが。来れないのか。
Keep your wits about you, friend.
出ないと話しかけられん。大丈夫かな、あの人。アシャントがある。5個ぐらい取っても怒られないんだよね。
If you're hungry, Stefan's got supplies.
If you're hungry, Stefan's got supplies.
女の人だったの。
What do you think you're doing? Just keep your fingers to your own self, okay?
怒られた。助けてやんねえぞ。熱発電所後回しやるか。あ、こっちにいるんだ。ボーイの家で、やっぱり。ボーイの家な。1周目は手がかりとか取る前にゾイ見つけちゃったので、病気になった。役立つ者の仲間になりたいんやな。買っていきたいな。割とお金持ち。買ってこう。たまたまください。
Something I can help you with? Fresh off the limb, and that includes canid meat.
銃弾薬しかない。兵弾薬は欲しいんじゃけど。パールバッティや。敵と味方が混同してしまう。敵と味方がわからんくなるので、ヘルメットヘルメットヘルメット。
You're fast.
身が少ない。
I don't know anybody who ever came out this far.
多いな。強いんだが。人間じゃん？あ、あれだ。お尋ね者だ。
Clever. Wow, you crossed them all off, like some sort of heroic accountant running down a list. Teach me your ways. What? You mean Adelaide's little congregation of nature-loving nobodies? I could not possibly be less interested in them. You, on the other hand, you were a sight to behold. If I had half your skills, I'd be the greatest outlaw the coast has ever seen. Why? Adelaide wants me back on garden duty or something? Thanks, but I'm not going anywhere. This is where I belong. I doubt that. Nobody in that camp really cared about me. Wait, you're telling me he's got a copy of The Mass Marketeer? Why didn't you say so? I'll take my stuff and head on back, I suppose. Grace is gonna be glaring knives at me, so I've got that to look forward to. I'm great at clarifying. No. I insinuated myself into their company, see? And they didn't seem to mind one whit. I may have bartered them a few boxes of Adrena time, but yeah, I'm sure that's got nothing to do with it. I got kicked out of Edgewater on account of falling sick with plague and stealing some medicine to treat myself. I'd heard some outlaws set up camp in the botanical labs. I decided to throw in with them, seeing as I always wanted to be an outlaw myself. Instead, what do I find but a bunch of former workers camped out around a greenhouse? I couldn't just go back to the cannery, so I was stuck with them. I don't know. The vital processes that constitute the miracle of life are mysterious and unknowable. Oh, you mean around these guys? The Marauders? I've got all...
見てないとこ。あ、そうか。気づかなかった。おばちゃんどこ行ったん？おばちゃんどこ行ったん？あ、いたいたいた。全然気づかなかった。
What is it? We didn't always get along, but I'm glad to know she's safe. What happened, anyway? Zoe joined up with a band of marauders. Zoe. The same Zoe who doesn't know a barrel from a trigger. Well, I've heard stranger things. You pretty much did my job for me. Least I could do is pay you for your trouble. Let me know if I can do something for you.
Thank you, Papa.を取ってくるか。この強さならいけるはず。入れない。 って入るんだろう。上からだ。からっぽい。お、いけた。キャノン。あれ、敵がいない？あれ？ここ強くて1周目 4,5 回ぐらいやり直したんだけど、超最初に来てしまって、敵がなんか全部死んでる。あそこをやっつけたからか。あそこ先にやればよかった。アーケー。球技会と川沿いの洞窟に全て隠しておいた。本のコレクションがある。日記を回収しなければ。 あるかな。あれか。びっくりした。これは何もなさそう。多分割と強いかも。何の音？これから音がしてる。
You're fast.
日記ゲット。まだいた。なんか強そう。こんなに強くないって数が多い。
We made it.
いいだ。よし。はい、戻るか。寿司先生のとこに。
Another day at the cannery.
持ってきたよ。
Any progress on that matter we discussed? Wonderful. This is fantastic. Well worth all the sacrifices I... Wait. What the fuck is this? Is this French? I can't fucking read French. It's a law-forsaken joke is what it is. French. Ha! I was so high and mighty, preaching to the yokels about following the plan, while fighting it at every turn. Overreacting? Do you have any idea how many years I spent in... No. You couldn't possibly know, could you? I've spent my life searching for the keys to unlocking the secrets of the universal equation that underlies the plan. I had hoped this book held some of those answers. I became so desperate, I even got myself assigned to this plague-ridden backwater to find the damn thing. All the time and suffering I've spent. Wasted. Bakonu, the author, had some interesting theories about man's perception of reality that I thought could be applied to our attempts to decipher the plan. Unfortunately, he was also one of the founders of the Philosophist school of thought, so the book is banned in this colony.
なんちゃら一派って名乗る人たちは大体ちょっと頭おかしいんだよ。
Philosophism's a false religion that stands in contradiction to almost everything we know to be true. They believe all is chaos, in stark contrast to OSI's belief in the plan. But most of the philosophist perversion of Bakonu's thoughts came more than a century after his death. Please. As if my life should have no greater meaning than proselytizing to a bunch of feeble-minded wretches. Nothing could be more excruciating than discussing the true nature of reality with people who have no interest beyond their next Aetherwave program. But that's neither here nor there. What I need to do now is to find a translator, obviously. But to do that, I'll first need to secure transport. You have a ship. Perhaps I could make myself of use to your crew. Certainly. I already gave you most of my money, but I can offer you free spiritual counseling, and I'd be happy to watch your back. I'm pretty handy with a tossball stick, or any blunt instrument, really. I'm also a passable gun hand, if it comes to that. I can usually talk my way out of conflict, though. Oh, I'm fairly competent at hacking computers as well. Fantastic. Let me get my things in order, and I'll catch up with you.
Edgewater's gonna miss you. Folk here always had good things to say about their vicar.
Thank you, Ms. Holcomb. I'll be glad for the change of scenery, and to leave this place behind. I shall see you on the ship, Captain, whenever you're ready to leave Emerald Vale.
Our place in the universe is fixed.
Work fortifies the spirit. Wonder if the plague's ever gonna pass.
It's not the best choice. It's Spacer's choice. Music to my ears.
de 産用に取っとく。これはいっか。どうしようかな。
Work your jaw on some Spacer. Music to my ears.
Any luck finding one of those manuals?
なんかここにあんだ、最後の人。 止めとこうかな。あ、聞いてくるのさ。で、1個。ここにあるかだけ聞いとく。
Any luck finding one of those men? What's on your mind? Couple months. This camp's my home. People you see milling about, they're my family. At least I think of them that way. I owe them my life. We all left the cannery for one reason or another. Me? I was let go, mostly on account of my incompetence. I mean, I was incompetent. I couldn't even survive on my own. Grace found me, Adelaide took me in, I've been on my feet ever since.
You weren't incompetent. You just didn't fit the cannery. Not like here. This place had a U-shaped hole, and now it doesn't.
You could stay, you know. Here. What's on your mind?
いなかった。
I always wanted to poke around in here.うわ、消された。
200発あれば大丈夫か。
The control room should be off to the right. I hope we're doing the right thing.
Unexpected. Searching for
incoming!
Krista.
Shh. Three switches. That'll be easy enough.
うわあ、あ、持ってんのか。S 田中。
Two more. What? Here they come!これ脳みそのやつか。足りない。点足りない。
Just leave me alone. Get away! You're not real. You're not real.
Mind the steam. You're liable to get scalded.
Ah, 修理しないと。あ、足りない。
If we send the power to Miss McDevitt, what happens to the veil? I'm not sure what the right is. Alls I know is the decision's final.
Aれよく考えようみたいなこと言わんな。自販機行ってこよう。あ、ロックかかってる。これ以上買えないのか。 後で来ればいいんかな。なってるのか。よく考える的なあれ出てこないんだけど、じゃないや。
Once we do this, there's no going back.
出てきそうだ。
Excuse me, ma'am. Look, I know you want your power regulator and all, but I just gotta ask you.
Hey.
Do you understand what you're about to do? I don't think you should cut off Edgewater's power. I think it would be cruel. I'm sorry. That just sort of came out all at once. Edgewater's hurting. We've been losing workers year after year, and corporate hardly ever sends replacements. There's barely enough Saltuna to fill our bellies anymore. But the town's got some good people in it. Decent, hardworking folk just living their lives the only way they know how. They don't deserve to be punished. That sure sounds like Mr. Thompson. If he was standing here, I imagine he'd remind us of how we're all one big, happy Spacer's Choice family. In Mr. Thompson's eyes, those deserters are still part of the Spacer's Choice family. The family must work together in order to survive. I hate to say it, but I think Mr. Thompson's got a point. Unless... Sorry, I didn't mean to babble on like that. I felt like I had to say something. Really? I mean, wow. Thanks. No one's ever told me those words in that order.
Ikaero 回路になっているけど。1回目を植物実験場にしたので、今回はエッジウォーターに味方してあげようと思う。取ったかな。今上巻持ってんの。下にある。こいつのとこ。
not real. You're not real. Get away! No, 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 just leave me alone. You're not real. You're not real. Get away from me, Phantom. Shoot. Scram. You can talk? The Phantom's never talked before. Oh, I knew I shouldn't have eaten that sprat raw. See? See, Higgins? This is why you must always boil your sprats before ingesting. Of course. Do excuse me. I experience brief flashes of mania during which I am visited by the phantoms of my imagination. I use it as a reminder. Oh, Higgins has been many things over the years. Sprat Wrangler, Saltuna Critic, Aetherwave Personality, Chairman of the Board, Galactic Defender, Sisty Pig Tycoon. I've come a long way for someone who started off as a simple engineer right here in this plant. I specialized in automechanicals, drones, sentries, repaired them, maintained, upgraded, did it all from my old workroom just over in the next section. Look, I don't want to fall into any trouble with the mechanicals. If they wise up to our plans, they will come for us. With prodding irons. You know, you remind me of myself back when I was an intergalactic adventurer. I discovered a flaw. Their hostility levels were hardwired to maximum. There's no changing that, but you could rewrite their targeting protocol so they attack each other instead. Yes, that's exactly it. I see you're also versed in the noble art of mechanical engineering. There's a behavior control terminal in the other room. It should have options to change how the mechanicals act, including whom they shoot at. Oh, that reminds me. You'll need my passcode to access the behavior control terminal. Here, let me just write it down for you. Funny thing, I was working on a logic module just before the mayhem started. Security chief found me and confiscated the logic module. The tail. Jimmy'd opened the vending machines. That lasted a good couple of months. Eventually, I had to resort to more unconventional means of filling my insides. Mechanicals lost their bolts. Opened fire on anything that moved. It was pandemonium. I was on cleaning duty at the time. My old boss had me scrubbing pipes when the killing started. So...
ああ、あったけど。いた。色あげないと。 眠くなってきた。ウォーターでクエスト解放したら、クエストを完了させたらあろうかな。それでは眠い。
One of us want to go see what happened?
I know.
Keep your wits
I'm
about you,
trying to
friend.
think. What happened? Sprat fell into a transformer again?
Keep your wits about you, friend.
お前じゃないのか。
I don't know. I don't know how much longer we'll last without power.
Adelaide's okay.
あ、こいつか。
Everybody keeps staring at me. It's not my fault the power's dead. No kidding. The geothermal plant? Now that is just incredible. You really went exploring down there? Adelaide always told us it was swarming with hostile mechanicals. That's a complete set. All 3 parts. I'm gonna be the greatest engineer Halcyon's ever seen. Aside from you, Ms. Parvati, I swear, I'll do you proud.
I'm glad we could help, Thomas.
I've been saving something for you. Just a little contraption I found. Should fit right into your outfit.
なんか脱走者の評価がいいから。それでも大丈夫か。おばあちゃんどれだ。おばあちゃん、おばあちゃん。
Don't know how much longer. Keep your wits about you.
I don't know how much longer we'll last without power.
Zoe says she fought her way out of a marauder camp.
I don't know what you did to talk some sense into Zoe, but I appreciate it.
おばあちゃん、おばあちゃん。
I don't know how much longer we'll last without power.
こんなか。あ。
Food's bound to spoil it this way.
That's the thing about growing old. Your eyes start to fail. Elsewise, I would have seen you for the snake that you are, chopped you into pieces and roasted you on a spit. This is all you're doing. Cutting off my power, killing off my garden. Without refrigeration, my food will spoil, and my flock will starve. I want to ask you this in private, away from the eyes of my flock, so they do not see me lose my temper. Tell me, why did you do it? You want my flock wasting their lives in that cannery? Fine. Go and talk to them. Go talk to Grace and Thomas. Look them in the eye and tell them their life here is over, and the only thing left to do is go back to Edgewater. This is now your responsibility. And you tell Reed Thompson that I will never return to Edgewater. I would rather die among my flowers than live under his management. My son worked in that cannery. When the plague started coming, he was one of the first to fall sick. We had a store of medicine locked away, but Reed refused to treat him. Said my boy didn't deserve treatment. Said the medicine would have been wasted on him. So I buried my boy in the cemetery. Yeah, you offering to cross Reed off, huh? This some sort of twisted reparation for what you've done? Or are you just looking for a chance to sow some chaos? Kill Reed if you must, or talk him into leaving if you can. He and I are not sharing the same 4 walls together. Tell Reed that I can make his people healthy again. I can end their plague. Start a new garden right in the cannery. 3 square meals for every man and woman in Edgewater. Tell them how I've made the Vale bloom again. The soil has whispered its secrets to me, and I alone know how to breathe life back into the earth. The secret is human corpses. I've been grinding them up in my fertilizer for years. Marauder, worker, don't matter much to me. The human body is rich with nutrients. Edgewater's cemetery's got corpses aplenty, enough for a generation's worth of crops.
Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what to do is all. I've been thinking about going back. I'm not much use to anybody here. I get sick thinking about working at the cannery. I can't do that again. You know something? I think you're right. The town could use another engineer, and I'm on my way to becoming one. I could do a lot of good in Edgewater. Maybe even keep a garage of my own with a little workbench and my very own toolbox. It's just... Adelaide's never gonna forgive me. Not in 100 years. I go crawling back to my old life in Edgewater, and I'm as good as dead to her. You know where to find me. I expect we got no choice. Edgewater needs us back, and loath as I am to admit it, we need Edgewater. You okay with this, Grace?
My fears are all settled. Thanks for helping me with Zoe.
Just give us some time to gather our personals and say our goodbyes. If you run into Reed, you tell him we're coming back, yeah?
あれあれあれ。ちょっと待って。リードを追い出すにしたいんだが。と。
Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what to do is all. What's on your mind?
That's the thing about growing old. Your eyes start to fail. Elsewise, I would have seen you for the snake that you are, chopped you into pieces and roasted you on a spit. This is all you're doing. Cutting off my power, killing off my garden. Without refrigeration, my food will spoil, and my flock will starve. I want to ask you this in private, away from the eyes of my flock, so they do not see me lose my temper. Tell me, you want my flock wasting their lives in that cannery? Fine. Go and talk to them. Go talk to Grace and Thomas. Look them in the eye and tell them their life here is over, and the only thing left to do is go back to Edgewater. This is now your responsibility. And you tell Reed Thompson that I will never return to Edgewater. My son worked in that cannery. When the plague started coming, he was one of the first to fall sick. We had a store of medicine locked away, so I buried my boy in the... You offering? Kill Reed if you must, or talk him into leaving if you can. Tell Reed. Tell him the secret is human corpses. I have got a means to cure the plague, and I...
Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what to do is all. I've been thinking about going back. I get sick You know something? I could do a lot of... It's just... Adelaide's never gonna forgive me. Not in 100 years. I go crawl... Adelaide hates Edgewater, hates everything. We're the nearest she's got. You know where to find me.
I don't know what you did to talk some sense into Zoe. The matter's been weighing on me. Zoe came back, but I couldn't keep her from slipping out in the first place. I don't see us lasting more than a couple of weeks out here. Listen, we go back to Reed, hat in hand, begging for our old jobs back. Well, Adelaide's not gonna forgive us. Edgewater's not just a town to Adelaide. We're the closest thing Adelaide's got to a family. We go back to Edgewater? Sure, suit yourself. I'll be here.
Yes. いいとこ追い出すか。おばちゃんもう一回話さないかんの。
Look at that. The snake's come back.
いいのか。どうやって追いあ一周目はあっちに電力がいったけど、こっちはこっちで残ったまんまだったんだよね。
Wonder if the plague's ever gonna pass.
あ、おっさんにあれ渡さなきゃ。
A friend of mine died a couple weeks back. Hey, I need to talk to you.
Somebody's been running around talking about the hope. Let's see it. Don't keep us waiting. Haven't decided? I hired you. The nature of your employment requires you to deliver in my hand some genuine anthracillin. Sweet life-giving nostrum. The first hit's always the best. Scratched together all the bits I had around the domicile. It ain't as much as you deserve, but you're wringing the blood out of me. Here, you can have whatever's in my pocket.
Somebody's been running around town raving about a colony ship. Oh, I'm an actuary. That means I keep tabs on a worker's living expenses. How much it costs to feed, clothe, shelter, bury, and replace your average human worker. Technically, I'm employed by the Spacer's Choice Department of Human Resources.
Never seen the Vale lit up like this before. Bang up work, soldier. You're a credit to your uniform. Oh, that reminds me. Gotta look into getting us a uniform. So this is it then. The key to humanity's victory over the mechanical hordes. I would reward you with the gratitude of the Resistance, but I'm guessing you want something tactile. So here's a couple bits for your trouble. And a little something to remember me by.
This is a fine day, friend. Power flows through our town like a cool stream of water. I trust Adelaide's people have seen their way to reason. So, when can I expect them back at their posts? Then we are at an impasse. Stewardship over this town has been entrusted to me by Spacer's Choice. I am not perfect. I have made my share of mistakes, but I have done my best for this town. I have been holding this town together with both hands. You can't just expect me to leave. I am a Spacer's Choice man. My father was a Spacer's Choice man. Edgewater may not look like much to some buttoned-up freelancer, but it is my home. Unless you can demonstrate to me that we are helpless without it, I see no reason why I should stand down. You will excuse me for being skeptical. How exactly is Adelaide growing crops in barren soil? And when you say special fertilizer, you mean what exactly? Adelaide has been using dead bodies in her fertilizer? That's... come to think of it, that's a stroke of brilliance. What a remarkably efficient solution. Recycling Spacer's Choice property long after its date of expiration. I was wondering about those missing bodies in Silas's cemetery. So Adelaide wants me gone. Trade my life for the life of the town. You understand what she's doing. If I leave town, I'm as good as dead. If I stay, Edgewater will die of attrition. Adelaide has discovered some secret cure for the plague, and she is holding my town ransom. No, I don't expect you to do any such thing. Edgewater is my own responsibility, and you have done quite enough for me already. If Adelaide's found a way to feed her people and cure the plague, then she deserves this office more than I do. I won't stand in her way. My life here is ended. Give me a little time to settle my affairs. I'm sure Adelaide will be glad to see the back of me. I have always tried to do right by my town. It has never been easy. A couple months ago, I might have put in for a transfer. It's a big colony. Spacer's Choice has other towns. Now, I couldn't show my face in any of them. No such thing as an honorable resignation. Suppose I could find a place outside the walls, or put in for early retirement. I don't know. I could see myself lasting a week.
やめさせない。リードの鍵が欲しいな。強いかどうかだけ。強いかもしれない。
You out of your mind?
正気です。
You just killed him. A favor? You just made me an accomplice to murdering my boss. I can't. I need to leave. I need to get away from here. I need to get away from you. You killed Mr. Thompson for talking down his nose at me? You got a real twisted sense of chivalry, you know that? Let's just... Let's just move on. I couldn't forgive myself if I...
よし。あ、めっちゃ疲れた。これは殺さないで済もうかね。それでは 疲れたので寝ます。4時間半ありがとうございました。それでは皆さん、またね。
ディスコンネクト。